Hello. Today is a great day. In a couple of hours, in a couple of hours, Proxy will drop. I mean, yes. Do I even wanna say that I'm gonna win the 50-50? Yes, I will. If not, then it's fuck, guys. Zero. Where's that zero? Not even going. Happening. Don't get it. In 50s now. Is it? I'm kinda weird. I think that's enough. Diamond. Why I need item? Shit, I forgot. Alright. What is this? Come on, what the fuck? What's going on? Can you see what's going on? Because I can. Maybe it's just the sun. Too bright. Diamond. Diamond. Do I have magnet on me? Magnet. Interesting. Why am I mining again? Teleport gold. Did it expand my tomato farm? Let's get out after this. I mean, where are we going actually? I should not care more. Is it loading? Oh my god. We're going to this lava. Then we gonna turn around. Stay one more diamond, why not? One more diamond and we're going on. Hard to see, no? Diamond, keep going on. Where is on? Diamond again. Oops, oh man. Oh my. Oh my. Next turn. What am I supposed to do with this? On my As we are going home. Amen. That's it. So hit this lava and then hit eye of center again. That is home. Move this way. Place this on side, right? The outside. What? Legendary, huh? Doesn't hurt at all. I wonder about it. This will drop. Oh. What does it drop? Bitch. Let's really touch this up. There's something good. Let's see. Why not out? This is item food. Yep, first button. I think that's it, no? That's it. And it's not very. I mean, where are we going? I mean, it's- Yeah, I'm fixing it. Let's hide the list. I mean, what the fuck is this one? Why is there? Like, I see. I see everything. Hmm. Fine. That's it. That's just in some line. Do I have? Do I have? There's this platform. Do I have goblin? I do have goblin. Like, do I have tips like? I do have tips like. What I'm talking. keep like that. I don't know. Perfect. Perfect one. But I'm going with them. Never. I think I'm upgrading my storage. I don't have it. Do I need to go? I also need netherite or the infuser I need. There's still a log over there. Very good. I think that's enough wood. What am I making? Let me fix something. Horrendous. This is such a hard thing. Interesting. Okay. And also I need oh, I don't have to. That is the ice. It did not take fire. It's my one. Um, the weapon. This one. Okay, great. But I think it's a problem. Still not. The upside. It is set to the highest, but yeah. I think I need to get this up one by one maybe. Nothing. Normal. Now what to do? Yeah, I need hopper, no? Okay, what? I need sleep. How much sleep? I need another structure. This structure. And this block here. I mean diamond block here. And absorb. Where is it? How do you get blizzard? Oh my. Where is it? Oh, here. I can maybe dump everything. Yeah, I want to try to look back. It's not bad. Well, about so I don't think capsule is good. Maybe king. And then let's change out to Z maybe. No, that is good. I can now what? What does this do? But I already wait a second. I mean, it's set up inventory. Having a lot of inventory. How much? I mean, do I need it? I don't think I want it. That's it. Then it upper right. Now I just need to connect this up. And right to this. Then I need cable. Cable. Yes. Bakla. Anyway, where's it? Pretty. Whatever. Then it just. We are cleaning up our house. But I did not build at all. Oh, this one somebody wait. I think I said I will explain tomato farm, which I will do, but not now. But now we are making another one of this so that will stack. It will not bigger up ID. Yeah. Kinda annoying. I wish I could hear it. Nope. Or I don't even need that. Can I just disable pickup? What am I writing again? I need backup. Where to Oh, I just need to connect this. Connect it. Let's grab it from under. Goodbye. Where's it? Okay. That's not. Okay. Oh, I need to do this. Then get what it got. Look at it. That's I see why anyone. There's another list. But I don't think I have enough power for it. So let's make no. I have to. Then I could have. I have all got it. Let's make it from this material. Is that the pickaxe right here? Shut up. It hurts so much. Kinda annoying that I cannot dash and attack at the same time. Like, what can you do? Anyway. So, first cover down. Now I just need to extend it a bit. But the I think everything. Would cover everything. This inventory I have. I mean, not that much. So I think I need some checks. Okay. Plank, I have plank. Give up. Perfect. I have more inventory. What am I here from? This hopper. Next is we are. Oh yeah, I forgot about the paper. Does this even work? Actually, I absolutely have no idea. Let's see if I take this one. I put here. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. Wait. If I decided it will work. Still didn't work. Really now. I think I test this out before. I might check it first. You have before I know. Here. This one. What if I just set the normal filter? How about that? It didn't work. But I tested this. What is this? What the fuck? I had to whatever this was. It's not connect maybe? If I just do it work. It will work. Wait, I don't have to do. Maybe if I have to. Will it work? Obviously, I'm not going to make everything not working. Please, I beg you. There you go. Okay. I started at the surface, but do I need not to lock it? Maybe I need to not lock it. Let's test this out. Kinda annoying, but What can you do? Yes. I got it. Okay. Hmm? Okay. Come here. This. I swear it worked last time I checked. Like, didn't it? Here. What is that? Hmm? Yes. Do this. Drawer. Let's put that one. 45 seconds. Relax with this. Already fine. And then example. There it worked. Ready from like right, it don't work. Ready for it. That it is from above it. It's kinda ridiculous. Really ridiculous. It's really ridiculous, no? Yeah. It's right, you get. This is under it. Don't work. What? Don't work. That is wrong. Work one time and what? What is going on here? Wait, it's not working. Wait, okay, I'm an idiot actually. What if I lock it? Still work. Even if I lock it, what is going on? I mean, I'm what? You see, I don't get. What? Why am I so hyper? Okay. Gone. It's gone. What's wrong with my saddle setup? Because the configurator. I mean, it's working. But if I say not working enough. But like that, it's working. Yes, I do. So what's wrong? I don't get it. Is there something I'm missing? I mean, the collection is there, I think. I just don't get it. It class? Oh my god. Why though? Why though? Why does it? I don't get it. I actually don't get it. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? I'm so confused. I swear I don't have 20. I mean, why? I don't know. God, why does it crash me? Yeah, but that's filter. Filter, I mean, if I connect it to something, it will work. Right? But why does it not work? It break. Don't get it. Don't get it. Not connected. That's better. No, it connect. Why? Yeah. Like what? Seriously. Wait, the builder is not working. No, not. It's just. I don't know what it's called actually. Oh, let's see. Why is it not working? How about this? Probably not. But if I just move it somewhere, oh, fuck. It's so annoying. What is it? I think. Doesn't wanna work it. Not about me. No, it doesn't. What the fuck? We're not working on combating. No, it's not work. What's happening? You see? Don't get it. I don't really get it. Not the position. And why would it be? That is wrong. I didn't put it wrong. It's very weird. The interaction line. That worked, but it doesn't. Meta something. That's not connected with anyone. And do I need to flash it? Do I set the wrong image? Keyword. Keyword. If I play Java, random Java. I don't have wood. The shit. Okay. Like, my god. My god. Hyper or block there. Or bit. Not really. Absolutely not really. Oh. Don't say I don't know. Oh, I don't. How about this? It's working. What? How about this? Why is it not working? Is it working now? No. Still not working. I haven't. Wait a minute. It's just trying to. I think I get it. I think it's just trying to send everything. I send the first item it's C and it will not send. Why though? What? What kind of bullshit is this? What kind of bullshit? What if I just... What's that? What the hell? This is so confusing. This is really confused. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god. Thing. Oh my shit, dude. What am I supposed to do? Ah. Really weird. Right, maybe if I just connect the pizza. This. Right, no problem. Oh. Wait, what? Work last time? Hang on. It's not connected. No, let me just. If it's not connected, actually. Oh, that will explain a lot. That is. Oh, it is connected. What I'm saying. Doesn't got solved. What? What? Does it have range? Does it have range? Huh? What is going on? What if I place it here? Then got sucked. Here. Then got sucked. The only way to get sucked is by here. Don't got sucked. What? How about here? Nope. Here's the thing. Here. That is an alley. What the fuck? What's going on? What is going on? So if I put it here, it got sucked. I put it here, don't got sucked. What the hell? There's nothing different about it. But it's this. So what's why? Now what? Stop again. It don't work. Stop again. Don't work. Okay. Don't work. Okay. Don't work. I'm so confused. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? Okay. Stop it here. Don't work. Hmm. So why is this sniffing? Sorry, feeling? Place it here. One more. Here. This one is the only one working. What's the difference? Wait a minute. Wait a, what's the difference? I need to input. Maybe if I connect up, that it will work. Working. Not working here. Huh? This confusing me. What is this? It's the slot of button. That's very good. Lights off at the minute. What the fuck? Oh yeah, what the hell? What if I just work if I just iron them? Yep, if I just put iron, it was not. I need to. Huh? How about this? Yeah, it's working. I mean, it's probably. It's kind of annoying. Probably the best storage solution I have right now. There was. I think there was. There was. This thing out. Yes. Not. Oh my god, I'm so confused. No. Okay. So what? Oh. Yeah, this one is. What do you mean? Kind of complicated. Yes. Oh my god. the idea. Delete connect. Delete. It will not be so. I know why. Nothing. Where is it? It's somewhere over here, I think. Where are they? Kind of ugly. Okay. There you go. Oh, that's silly. Let's turn the camera around. And I want it to be on when it's on. The lever, I mean. So we are going down. Okay. Good. Like this. So it will actually connect when it's on. That's not it. That looks stupid. Something like this could make actual horror. I think. Everything. That's my log. There's a lever. Okay. I need so much iron now. And diamond. Oh my god. And this one is for. One is for. Well, I mean. Then I need. So annoying. So, so enough is again. But whatever. I can make it up. don't have wood. I have thing. That blood. I don't have this guy. It's kind of scary. I haven't light up anything though. Oh my god. Dun, dun. Hold on. That's right. This is working hard. We will get it. Right, it's not really up. The Colvan is also broken. Where's the info? Fair enough. Does it do? That is bullshit. Oh my god, it's not working. What's the point if it's not working? God. Why is there a block of them? The fuck? Did I just do that? Not working though. Fuck it. Not I'm done. Oh, can hope go home. Oh yeah. Not working there. But I still need the cable though. Faster will be here. Not as for this. That annoying piston I will put in. Find it. It's a block. Okay. If I can open. Compacting tower so anyway. More compacting tower. Oh fuck. Do I have block? Yeah. Wait, where did I turn everything? Okay. This one for redstone open. Now I need to complete the right one. Yes. Yes. Yes, and then I yep, that's wrong. It's what else? We have drawn. And this is minus one. Light and stone. Obviously. Yeah. What am I supposed to do next? We go to go mining or infuse the go mine to the nether. But that's so that is how I play. Oh my god, it's kinda awesome. Where do we begin the bar? Not lower, okay. So over here maybe? This perfect. That is it. By level 15, I think. That's a great number. We yeah, so get out of my way. Wait, I get netherite. I didn't even see. Little classic. But netherite. I think this one is better. Like, yeah. I don't need item stacking actually, I just need glass. Damn, that's good. Guess that's lava. Lava again. Good. Maybe here. I don't need it anymore. What the fuck? What is this? Huh? Am I insane? What is that? Is that Asia? What are the others? How many gravel? Many progress. Let's revive someone now. Why is there so many gravel? Much gravel I do. Oh my god, I can see. Oh my god, another gravel dude. I think I'm done. Playing around like this is way faster. What am I doing this all time? Kinda glad that the tower method didn't work, because it would be awful to have to mine for so much diamond. It's awful, dude. What's that shit? Is there lava underneath? Is that why? Or is something else? Let me investigate. Where is it? Where is it? Am I blind? Is it gone? What? Or is that just... Huh? I don't know. Interesting. That's not that. I just need one more. Need one more. I think I have one more. I don't. That's really fine. Let's mine until we get it for sure. That we get egg for sure. Just keep mining. I mean, yeah. It's kinda great, no? Wow. Maybe. Let's find a dry. Wait on me now. They already spawned. Yeah, it is not right. Go home. Where is someone? I'm too powerful now. Nah, not good. I'm too powerful. Yes, but everything. Is my spawn bot on? Okay. I have so much gold. I think I'm heading for a bunch of. I think we're going to the end today. If I had the time, that is. Which I usually do. I mean, it's two more hour. More hour, I think. More hour and we're done. We're done with Minecraft. I'm not done. With my other. Did that this one or something? Wait. Wait up. Go. My inventory is so limited. 11k? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Alright. Why is it on? What am I to do? Yeah, that's right. Make two. Then we make diffuser. What I mean? There you go. Diffuser. That is boom. Let's go. We are so winning. This is the most peaceful ever. Nice. Okay. Right after. After. The concept are we learning? Right, I need ending. Like mine. I have many. Yeah, I have it. Not very often. That. Like you can start withering and wither. Kind of idea. I mean, it's just income. Something like it. Levitation or like yeah, levitation. One levitation. This not bad. Yep, I don't know. Let's go there. No what, no what. Time to cut down something or what am I to do? What am I to do? Upper. Upper. It just I don't have it. I don't care anymore. I'm everything. Come on. I'm so excited for what did I do? Amazing. Cool. I mean, yeah. It's Let's see how this looks after I do this. If my FPS is still good. Yes, what about this one though? What is it? Come on. Okay. Amazing. I thought it was some bug or something, but doesn't feel like it. Anyway, I need hoppers to connect this. Current cable. Internet modem. It's kind of open. Cakep lah. And just hopper and hopper. Still more actually. And then the rest is smoker. Right? That one. Nine call. Call. Let's be done. Obviously, this is not the way. I am digging something. The cable should be on by level 9. Now I just need to connect this. Let's just set that shut up. And actually this thing. Let's make sure the cable is down. Sweet. Come on, jump. Jump higher. Jump higher. Come on now. Now let's go. The cable we go. Level 1. Go that way. Go this way. Then we up a shot. I transfer to the right. Does it even reach though? I don't think it's rich. Does it reach? Does it even reach though? I don't know. I don't know if it reaches or not. Table. I will be amazed if this is. Oh my god, look at that shoe. Scary, don't scare. I don't like it. Level 85? That's crazy. Oops. Fuck you. Is that the withering? Why would I ever want that? Yes, yes. Expensive. That's it for now. Shit, dude. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It working. I think I know why. I need not rich. I don't think it's reaching. I mean, I don't think it's reached though. It's too far away, no? That's the point, right? Clearly too far away. Let's test this out. I think it's far away. Yeah. But it's just not connected. I'm stupid. I forgot. I actually forgot it's not connected. Come on. There. There. That's it. It's still done. I'm making it up. Hey, that's too much good. That's it. Is that working? Yep, it's working. Perfect. Perfection. Oh my god. Wait. That sounds massive now. Yeah, guys. Just have to do that there. For no reason. Then I need hopper. Yeah. One. Yeah. Done. Now it's great. Okay, done. Yes. Okay. Now what? Now what? It's Rotten Tomato really? Oh no. That pieces of bread with me. Okay. What else to do? What else to do? I think I'm clearing out the area and making a quarry somewhere. I'm looking for what should I mine? Metal is kinda bread. I might put button here. But I can just cancel myself. Rhymes. Okay, that's pretty simple. Rhymes. Huh? Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Where do I put this? There you go. Fences. I want to split up my. No, my river though. Like river. You know what I can. Another one. River. Oh. I want it on my here. Fine. What bullshit is this? Bullshit. No, I can't. I need to test something. Very bad. I know what I'm doing. River. Elytra. Then chest. Then unsure. What the fuck? You get. You get it. You get. What is going on? What is going on, dude? What the fuck? Huh? I'm confused. Hi, I think I'm okay. Never mind. Let's let's talk this about like so. Let's talk about that later. Yeah. Come on, mate. What the fuck? This is pretty cool biome. What's going on? What do I expect, you say? Nothing? I expect nothing? It's not working. The moment I apply Sandfield, it's not working. What the actual fuck is going on? Huh? Huh? Yes, there is. And what the fuck? It. Huh? My system phrased the shit. 1 second, Maya. I don't think it's safe to put my glasses there. In my huge water bottle. I can just slip up and drop it on that and the glasses would break. Oh my god. That would be so over. Oh, 1 more hour and we're done with this game. We moving on. Fever. Elytra. Film. Just like what is? Yeah. What kind of bullshit is that? How do you do that? How do you it's on the fucking submitting table, no? Wait, it's not on the submitting table. No, it's not. How can I no longer buy this? Huh? But I remember clearly that I can. What the fuck? Is it broken? Did I misremember something? This is how it's been. Broken. That is software broken. Quiver is so broken, so there are the mod that Quiver. Even is broken. It is really uncool, in my opinion. How dare you are broken? How dare you broken? Wait. That's a problem for another day. By the way, is this enchanted? Yeah, it's for no reason. I don't get it. I don't really get it. Why does it so it's enchanted? No, I swear. Yeah. Arms. Mas bahkan no. Just put it. Yeah, one withering and then right. What else? What else? What else? Yeah. Let's enchant this now. You can. But enchant this now. You can. Enchant this. Russian, I think. And mine. Back to the now. Recommending. And mine. Backstabbing. And this. Okay. I just need my art. That's all the efficiency, you know. If we touch instead, everything, knock back, breaking, mending, and mine. I done that already. That's one now, sick touch. Breaking, mending, mine. Yes. I think that's all now. That was nice. What is going on? Why is my game like this? What the shit? Why is my game like this? What is going on? And why do I have 400 mods? Dude? I don't think I have that many. Maybe I do. I'm just okay. I'm too OP now. Anyway. Let's get moving. I know what I want to do. I'm gathering resources. So let's see nice place for it. Let's see a nice place. Anyway, let's find it. That is it. Nice, dude. I think that here over there or here, perfect for our party. I mean, wait a minute. I mean, it's not. It's kind of whatever. Oh my god, that's good. Not this kind of great. Place is get for acquire. Do that here. Where are we? Yep, this is nice. Nice start anyway. Another one. Oops. Oh, it is Arya. Hmm. I mean, yeah. X got to. Like, Martin is so unstable. Hold on. I did it. And also, like, I always forget to thank my. So, you know what I mean? No, that is the plus one. Here, yep, that is the. And only two that. I don't. Okay. I think it will get on. Okay, well. So why am I only having one? Ah, what's that? What's the? What's delete is it? What is this? Is that? Oh, my papa. Then it papa. Anyway, I'm gathering resources. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. 30 minutes more and we are changing game. No, no. Wait, wait. Let's keep powering our run. What is that? Is that what it sounded? No, I don't think I'm that killable now. I think I can up my difficulty a bit for this. Protection is on the insane. Like, whatever. Oof. The summon is kind of bad. there an error in my calculating? Basically, let's call it out. Very little. Clear out the area. Oh, yeah. On. I need XP. Wait, what is it? Real? I don't think it broke that way, but that's it's pressed up. What? Really? Move, see? Need help? This. That. Everything is turning to grass so fast, though. Grass blow. There's it. Oh my god. Oof, my god. It's kinda unnecessary. For gathering resources, it's kinda bad. Inefficient, I mean. If you look at that, I don't think this is for gathering resources at all. I think this is for vanity project. But let's just see about it. I don't want to get burned out that fast. I'm just taking it slowly, one by one. It's slow because I don't want to get burned out. Or maybe this will make me burn out faster. I don't know. I mean, if I already survive fast. Sun is not hitting yet. Cannot see. Wait, now? Such a final paper. One more. Mm-hmm. Let's clear out the grass. Let's get. Let's go to the grass. It's kinda interesting. Nice. Come on, time cannot move faster. Let's see it start. This. One. This stop is so annoying. But others I'm getting much wood. Why not? This will be industrial heartland. The quarry will be collapsed and the quarry will be built in again. And then it will be industrial center of this order. Interesting enough. Continue. Like at it. So much stuff. When it this is too powerful now. At the range. Thing. Yes. A little bit. What the fuck? Because I didn't deliver the lucky bit? I did, but come on. Come on, man. Come on. Just sign the block under that. I'm kinda stuck on dirt and grass now, which is good now. On. Oh my god, that is so cool. It's actually just so cool, dude. Loud? Ooh, that's cool. It's raining. Okay. Because I'm pretty slow. The rain is supposed to be here. This rain. And I there's two Enderman. Yes. And it's the Enderman. The other man, there's the other man. You know what I'm talking about? I think I'm making bridge from this to there. Hmm. I'm just thinking about the bridge. Isn't there, champion? I wanna tie them. No, awesome. Zombie. Look at the rhymes, though. Legendary. Okay. That not right. Okay, that did not hurt at all. That thing I'm upping the difficulty a bit. I got myself a win. What the fuck? What are you doing? Oh my god. Very stupid to pass out. Where I'm upping the difficulty because that is so much bullshit. There is so much. Hi. That would be the normal. Let's see. Anyway, I think I just update this thing. Watching patches. But still is what it was. This is part of it. Nice.
This is kinda OP.
And the many interesting. Oh, it's not the first. No, I have it. Direction, ending, video. That's it. But I kinda don't like the this. Kinda over.
Shit, fuck, bitch. You kidding?
Being wonderful. Let me add it off. It's over. What of them? Nice. Here. Here and here. Now I just need to lock everything. Then set the priority out to frame. Yes, and then yes again, then highest again. That's it. Yet I have enough, but I like not omitted. Now what? In the dark. Careful. Oh, you got light. So I'm thinking this. Oh, what's the effort is sun? This is another rock. That's what it feels. Then granite is granite tyrant up. The tyrant and beside that. Where is it? Tyrant.
Okay. That's what else. What else? Basalt, why? Basalt.
Yeah, now it's time to make
some farm too. Like where farm? I think in this place too. That's kind of good. This, what is by jungle? This jungle. I think this is my farm. It will be my farm. Nice. Fuck, what is that? Dum 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 dum. I think we are done. We are done. We're really done. We are really done after this thing. That's it. We're done. Wait, let's just clean this up. Wait. It's such a nice area for a farm. Why one hit? Oh, awesome. I get some rich. We're done. Immediately change that. Oh my god. Have I been streaming wrong this entire time? No way, no way, no way. My god, it's Sparksy Day. Sparksy Day, dude. The shit. That's it, so cool. I'm so excited. Like, unnecessarily excited, dude. It's kinda awesome. Oof. In 5 minutes, I think. It's in 5 minutes. It's in 5 minutes. It's in 5 minutes. It's in 5 minutes. Where is it though? I mean, you can hear it. Okay, that it is. come on. This is just cool. Come on, give me Sparksy, dude. Give me Sparksy. Any Thor? Any Thor bad? Badly? Any Thor so bad? Give it to me. 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 Interesting. Is it already? It's 2 more minutes? 3 more minutes, I think? Honestly, I don't get it. It's awesome. It's awesome. God. Let's see. Or am I too early? Please don't tell me I'm too early. But oh my god, this is so good. Oh, I'm so right on time. Sparks, yeah. Come on, please. Oh my god. Jeez. Luis. I don't know what will happen though. I mean, what? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 7. Fuck you, kill yourself. 10. Oh my god, it's gone. Wait. Do I need to wait more? When is Sparksy? The shit? I thought it was now. It was not now? I mean, one more hour maybe? 1 more hour? Where is no voice? Ah, there it is. When? When? What the? I'll do something first, you know? Obviously. Sparksy. Let's just turn everything into Stella Jada. I mean, to do this. Need it. Need it bad. 20 pull? Well, there it is. Foxy. Oh. My god. Who's my father? There it is, Foxy. Let's go. Now we This will take some time though. This will take some time. Probably 1 hour or so. I mean, I'm excited to get her, but I can wait. I mean, kinda necessary actually. Please let me win, dude. Let me win. Let me win. Let me win. Please let me win. Let me win my DPS. I'm begging. Okay. What is the main target though? Maybe it break probably. What I get? Oh my god, that's perfect. That's perfect. Perfect skin. Obviously break, no? Break, keep up. Then keep up. Perfect, dude, the shit. My god, it's so long. Oh shit. My god. Okay. Oh my god, that's pretty good. Back ambulance, this is pretty good, I think. Let's put that here. Okay, nice. On. Come on, please faster.
So beautiful, you can't run. Immolated my death. Rotate and painting.
I mean, I don't know why this is so quiet.
Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Cut clean.
Sure. And perfect. I think I'm bit over it. I should have seen my money there. Should not have overspent. Now I don't get the free result. I mean.
All will be swept away by the wind.
All will be swept away by the wind.
It all dies. So beautiful.
Beautiful.
Etched in your bones. Myriad colors burst. You want to betray me?
You want to be saying?
Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration.
Devil innovation.
You're seasoned. Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Yes.
Immolated my dance. You can't
Mirror in my dance. Yikes, yikes.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Oh, will be swept away by the wind. Yeah, yeah, shit. Come on. Hit faster, please. Turn it dark around. That's it, I'm not upgrading again. I need one more Rappa and we're golden.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
Oh, we'll be swept away by the wind. Yeah,
So beautiful.
so beautiful.
Etched in your bones. Brocade ink painting.
Great. There are changes for the baby first. Hold on. What is that? Come on, one more Rappa, dude. Yes. You just need to manifest your destiny, dude. Come on now. Let's go. Little Electro.
Eternal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Oh, we'll be swept away by the wind.
It all dies. So beautiful. You can't run. Let us dance once more. Myriad colors burst. Can't wait anymore. Make Jitsu secret technique dazzling obliteration. Catch
Volcanic biomass.
Yes. Yes.
Let us dance once more.
Order replicate. Collection terminated.
That was fast. $40 million? That's not good. That's it. Yeah. Double healer. Interesting. Interesting.
Found me. Etched in your bones. Existence is unity. Let us dance once more.
Let us down. Swarm once more.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Oh, we'll be swept away by the wind.
Brocade ink painting. Make Jitsu secret technique dazzling obliteration. Catch
Hoop, hoop. My god. Well, Oh, who I saw, who I saw. Don't need to. That's it.
You can't run!
You can run.
Eternal. Let us dance once more. You want to betray me? All will be swept away by the wind.
Oh, we'll be swept away by the wind.
Anymore. Myriad colors burst. Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Attack me!
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Let us dance once more. Be of your body and mind. Everything in this world
It's fleeting. What the fuck?
With enough believers, lies become reality. Gotcha. You want to betray me?
A little more heat.
No?
Found me.
How about now?
Can't wait anymore.
That's me. But this weapon. Cool. Cool. Oh no, that. Ah. What is special ability? Why you have that? Right? Oh my god, did you go? Where'd you go? What is happening? What? My god, what is happening? Shit! Oh, it's fine. What the fuck? That's fine.
You can't run! Immolate in my death! Eternal. You want to betray me? Netmarkers activated. Time for a good old counterattack! Let us dance once more. All will be swept away by the wind. Can't wait anymore. You want to betray me? Rotate and painting! Ninjutsu secret technique!
Come on, Lava. Kill him dead.
Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Let us dance once more. Netmarkers activated. Time for a good old counterattack!
Okay, good counter attack.
Time to cleanse the filth. Everything in this world
is
bleeding.
bit pain. Boom. Boom.
With enough believers, lies become reality! Gotcha! Can't wait anymore.
Let's go. Entry. Cool. Up. You can run.
Existence is unity. Let us dance once more. You want to betray me? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I power good out
All will
counter.
be swept away by the wind.
Oh, this.
Can't wait anymore. Myriad colors burst. Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Clean.
Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Let us dance once more. Be of your body and mind. Everything in this world is
Is
bleeding.
bleeding.
Markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Good. Oh my god. What is happening to me? I'm sorry with it. I'm sorry. This. Not this. I think I'm getting Himeko maybe.
You can't run.
You can run.
Eternal. Let us dance once more. You want to betray me? All will be swept away by the wind.
You'll be swept away by the wind.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Can't wait anymore. Myriad colors burst.
Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Clean.
Boom.
Let us dance once more. Come to me. With enough believers, lies become reality. Gotcha. Be of your body and mind. Found me. Everything in this world
Is
is bleeding.
bleeding.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
A little more heat.
You want to betray me?
You won't.
Can't wait anymore.
What is that?
Clean. You can't run. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
And for good out counter attack.
Let us dance once more. You want to betray me? swept away by the wind.
But we are winning. But it was impossible.
Once more.
Come. We have to win that too. Okay. Cool. Ready, sir? Team में कौन? Fine. Break. Man. What is Yaki doing? Fuck shit, what? Frame max out. Nicholas here. I don't know what that do, but it's fine. I don't need to know. I don't need to know the shit. It's just winning. And
Eternal.
my dance.
Let us dance once more. You want to betray me?
You won't get away.
All will be swept away by the wind. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I'm sorry for that.
You won't get away.
I won't get
Since you're
away.
already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Let us dance once more. Can't wait anymore.
My back.
Come get me. Come to me. With enough believers, lies become reality. Gotcha.
You won't get away.
Be of your body and mind.
Yes.
You won't get away.
Found me. Everything in this world.
Yes.
Let us dance once more. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Not counter attack.
You won't get away. You won't.
Go on, get away. Go on, get away.
Let us dance once more. Let us dance once more.
Hmm?
You want to betray me?
Eat.
Sword, heed me. Have at you.
Ah, yeah. What is that symbol, dude?
You won't get away.
A The burn? What is it? Is it? I think it's. What's his name? This one. This guy. I forgot his. Chikao? I don't know. It's him, right?
Since you're already
It's his
here,
debuff,
why not have a meal before you
I think.
Let us dance once more. You won't get away.
You won't get away.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Time for a good hot.
Come get me. You want to betray me? Let us dance once more. I failed.
Yes. Yes, bitch. On my new rider, take everything I can. Screen. The next one is Division Universe. Don't worry though, it's fine, it's fine. The same. The time I have seen you. Now darling, now tell me now. I don't care.
Light up the dark.
Let us all die.
Light up the dark.
Yes.
Light up the dark. That looks like a tough one. Let me test the waters.
Don't even need to upgrade anything.
Avendor. Dragons soaring above the lands. This is
This
permanent.
is permanent.
This watch over you and guide you on your
Okay,
path.
give me your power.
To doubt farewell.
No other choice but for the future will come.
That's it, dude. That's it. What is it? I need to That's for the occurrence anyway, so it will be such a grand. Wait, this is not epic war. Wrong. Okay, that's and they probably will be better. With this video. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god, I'm not finishing this yet. My bad. My bad. Oh my god. Oh my.
Light up the
Little
dawn.
bit occurrence and occurrence. Not adventure. Basically. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. No. Oh fuck, it's a battle.
To guard and defend! Crush them!
Mountain
Cross them.
Kraken, rise!
Serenity is before me. Watch over you.
Sanity is better.
Guide you on your
What did he say, dude?
Tomorrow, future will come. Tomorrow,
You are going to do. Stop, stop, no, Painon, you idiot.
consume me. Hail the new dawn.
Done. Painon has no chill, dude. Got no energy, fuck.
Light up the dawn.
No technique point, the fuck? Oh, thank god it's closed. Door.
That looks like a tough one. Test the waters first.
The Kimisiv. What is this? That Italian? No, that's not. That Latin?
Earth shatters!
That's
Heaven
Romance
trembles!
language.
To doubt farewell.
Future will come. Tomorrow,
Tomorrow.
Soaring above the lands! This is
This is permanent.
future will come.
This Oof. Whatever that. Battle. Electric Boogaloo. Come on. Faster. Not faster, please.
Light up the dawn.
Light of the dawn. Oh. Runs, but don't have technique point. Offer anyway. Okay. Cool. Bitch. Don't care, bitch. in blood.
Looks like a tough one.
This is it.
Watch over you and guide you on your path.
In your part.
Serenity is before me.
No other choice but for tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Existence of no future will come.
Tomorrow. Yes. And not much yet. Over, dog. Die. Jesus Christ.
Is that all? I'll never yield to fate. Shatter the king.
That's like this. Oh my god, that's so much not chat. That is not that much. Not that much us.
Are not strong enough. Empty shape. So without substance. Is that all?
Is that all?
Amphorius
so
will
done.
welcome the true dawn.
That's... Yeah. Alright. How are we doing? I mean, I think I get 30? 34? 34 is so great. So, Rotten how? Come on. Come on to the come on. There's no point in this. Come on. I cannot sign anything if you are. I don't mean my heart. Waiting for you to be with me already. I cannot remember. You know how it feels.
Watch this. All's revealed.
Die. New scenery, I see. Cool, I guess.
Stars favor us.
Pick on some of your own, son.
Fortune favors the bold. Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer? How about you? Can you?
thank me. People always observe
Die.
the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start.
Fiends or devils, crush them all!
Troublemaker? I'd like to be one too. Sha.
What is your girl saying, dude? I don't understand. One move. Deleted. Deleted. Deleted.
No need to hesitate.
Show
Your
your
judgment
Day
brought
of
you this
peace.
far.
Light up the dawn.
Mountains roll, dragons rise! I'll stand in their way. Dragons, obey, soaring above the lands. This is
This
permanent.
is permanent.
This
Watch over you and guide you on your path. To doubt farewell.
Future will come.
There's always lend me your strength.
And Meos.
Tomorrow.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Guard and defense.
Winds consume. Hail the new dawn. The flames on quench the flames with blood. Is that all? Branded with strife.
It's a low level enemy anyway, so don't get it. Don't get what I say, Tom. Oh no. So long. What the fuck is this? It's playtime. It's playtime, dude. No, no. No, akan Anaxa. Anaxa and I love Anaxa. Even though I don't have Selida, dude. Oh no,
Watch this magic trick.
without Selida it's kinda bad now.
A day. Watch this magic trick.
Dangerous spots. Resonate all together.
Get them!
Serenity is before me.
This moment.
Watch over you and guide you on your
Right
path.
in your path.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity to the soul.
Right. Stars echo.
I'm just afraid of fiends or devils. I'll crush them all.
Cross them all.
Insanity to the soul. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
Trial is fitting.
That is it.
Come get me.
Please don't kill Robin, dude.
To doubt farewell.
What's the insanity?
It's of no
Oh my God.
consequence.
I hope for an end to strife.
I am dead. I'm so dead. This is bullshit. Stop. Oh my god.
I'm not built for this. You go ahead if you wish to
Shall
engage.
begin.
A day. Watch this magic trick.
God, dude.
Dangerous spots. Harmony and unison.
Alexa, it's better, so let's see what can I do. Not that fun. On this nope, that is so tough. Tough either. That's on this for it's that. Eight. Probably outspeed Anday now, probably. This outspeeds Anday too. It's kinda bad if you don't.
The show begins.
Knucklehead!
This outspeeds Anday.
Watch this magic trick.
Dangerous thoughts.
No, what? Ah, my god. I don't wanna think. The chances to speak. And 40, that's enough.
They can't see me. They can't see me. The show begins.
Knucklehead, look over here! Watch this magic trick.
Dangerous thoughts. Resonate all together. It's okay. It's okay. Give me strength. Thank you.
What's the
My throat is feeling much better.
This.
Watch over you. Guide you on your
Get in your path. Ask wrong order. Whatever.
Crush them all!
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
Night. Stars echo.
Welcome to my. I'm just a frail scholar.
I'm gonna hold everyone back.
Get them!
all over. Trinity is before me.
Insanity
That is before me.
to the soul.
You.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all
I fought all team.
Get them!
Sword, eat me.
insanity.
To doubt farewell. Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Look, with this divine power, I
Power.
reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
You.
Join my dream, it's
Time.
Thank you. My throat is feeling much better. Evil.
Fiends or devil! I'll crush them!
Go cross them all.
I'm just a frail. To the soul.
I'm just a
Insanity. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
All team.
Night. Stars echo.
Get them!
La 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 la.
To the soul.
You.
Insanity.
You.
Seeking you. Trinity is before me.
To the soul. Insanity.
You. What? That is of course.
I failed.
Alright.
Spicy. Stimulating. Something ominous has arrived. Emulating my death.
And you're already in my bag.
So beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. want to betray me? Cosmic ninjutsu, secret technique, dazzling obliteration!
Interpretation.
Did the rhythm get messed up? Dreams do come true. The mood is.
Let the show begin!
Let the show begin.
Allow me to purge the pit. Dazzling ninja reverse. Can't wait anymore. The candle flickers in your breath, etched in your bones. Truth for everything in this world
Is
fleeting.
fleeting.
Still the same old.
How does that feel?
Good.
Get it together. Be of your body and mind.
Good.
Take your positions.
Who is this called? I forgot. Ninja? Does
Let's
he not have clan food? I think he has, right? In her follow up, I think.
Something for everybody. Ready?
The mood is set.
Let the show begin!
Come on, that is ridiculous.
Time to cleanse the film.
Fancy
But
at
once,
least.
well done.
He has friends.
So beautiful. Myriad colors first. You want to betray me?
Fucking pistol.
Ninjutsu, secret technique, dazzling obliteration.
Turn shot. Boom.
Did the rhythm get messed up? Dreams do come true.
Still comes through.
And last word. Allow me to purge the. Yeah. Please.
Oof. Yikes. Yeah, actually. Yeah, it is.
Spicy, stimulating.
Please stay
Something
tuned.
ominous has arrived. Runaway sex technique.
I know, Ranger.
Your ashes must be beautiful.
Foul stench dissipate quickly. Well done. So beautiful.
Come on.
Get it together. Rotate, rotate. Can't wait anymore.
Did the rhythm? Let's improvise. The mood is set.
Let the show begin!
The truth burns everything in this world. It's bleeding.
Is fleeting.
Ninjutsu, secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Please.
Fallen for me already? Immolate in my death!
Allow me to purge the root of the. Yeah. Please. You want to betray me? Still the same old. Etched in your bones.
Memories.
Well done. So beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
Dazzling ninja. Please. Can't wait anymore.
Take your positions.
I mean,
Do come true.
Fallen for me
Fuck.
already.
The mood is set.
Let the show begin!
I'm pretty scared about the
Immolate in
level
my
12
death.
of this, but it's pretty hard right now. So I can't even imagine
For
level.
everything in this world.
I hope it's fine though, because it has been quite easy recently.
Myriad colors
I
first.
don't know if it's because I have actually two team
Let's improvise.
and two actual team. I mean, but where is
The candle flickers in your
Etched in your bones. Made the Faust time to cleanse the filth.
I'm kinda worried.
Can't wait anymore. Cosmic ninjutsu, secret technique,
Wait
dazzling
anymore.
obliteration.
Yeah, sure.
Take your
Yeah.
positions. Dreams do come true.
Still come to it.
fallen for me already.
Immolate in my death.
No, it's-
body and mind.
Mine. Please die. Oh my god. Whatever.
A will of metal.
Show your courage.
A day, light up the dawn.
Come on. Oh my god.
Mountains roar. Dragons rise! Dragons soaring above the lands.
This is permanence.
I'll endure.
This mortal form. Watch over you.
This mortal form.
And doubt farewell. Existence is a future.
There's always a way. Lend me your strength.
Enemy or strength.
Tomorrow.
We've entered the storm. To guard and
The
defend.
guard and defense.
We have the end. Earth shatters. Heaven trembles.
Die. Die.
The sky.
There is a little damage.
The flames are not strong enough. So without substance.
We will come.
I'll hail the new dawn.
Treachery. Mission failed.
The flames are not so without substance. Sun tear the
Die.
sky. I'll never yield to all stars burn
Yup.
to ash.
Boom.
Finish them off. The future will come. To doubt farewell. Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Lend me your strength.
Oh, die.
Dragons soaring above the lands.
This is permanent.
No other future
Die.
will come. Heard the call.
Fuck you, mean.
Exist.
But that's faster. I didn't realize.
Guide you on your path. I'll never yield to so without substance.
My finance is so weak. What the fuck?
So without substance. Hail the new dawn.
Oh my god, look at the damage. It's so little. It's so little. Please let me clear. Me clear this shit. This is Sparksy, but no. So I clear this pretty quickly if I get Sparksy.
Ninja runaway fast technique.
If I get Sparksy, I will clear this super fast. Yeah, that's it. That's how
Your ashes must be beautiful.
Etched in your bones.
Memories.
Well done. So beautiful.
So beautiful.
Dazzling the girl paint painting. You want to betray me?
Take your position. Let's improvise. The mood is set.
Improvise.
Begin.
Hero begin.
Cosmic ninjutsu, secret technique, dazzling obliteration.
Boom.
Fallen for me already?
Immerse me of your body and mind. The truth for everything in
Pastor
this world is
is splitting.
evil. Leave at once.
Shoot, shoot.
Can't
Yeah.
wait anymore.
Dreams do come true.
Yeah, stupid.
Stubborn one.
That's meant to tickle.
Boom, boom, boom.
Immolate in my dance.
Boom.
Yeah.
Come on.
Stay in step. Let's improvise.
That's meant to tickle.
The mood is set. Let the show begin!
Let the show begin.
Your turn to sing. That's meant to tickle.
It all done. So beautiful.
Interesting.
Beautiful.
Tell us first. You want to
Fuck
betray
you,
me?
fuck you,
You're a
fuck
mission
you.
brain.
Did the rhythm get messed up?
Secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Please.
Maybe I should have let God bless you finish it off, but I don't know.
The
Last
truth,
word.
everything in this world is
It's fleeting.
etched in your bones.
Wait,
May the foul stench dissipate quickly. Yeah. Evil leave at once. Please. Can't wait anymore.
Take your positions. Dreams do come true.
dreams do come true.
Rotate ink painting. You want to betray me?
Stay in step. Let's improvise.
Let's improvise.
The mood is set. Let the show begin!
The show began.
The candle flickers in your breath.
Immolate in my dance.
Somewhere it's in my dance.
So beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Allow me to purge the root of the problem. Yeah. Dazzling ninja reporting for duty. Everything in this world is
Is-
bleeding. Myriad colors burst. Can't wait anymore.
Take your positions. Dreams do come true.
Fallen for me already.
Dazzling ninjutsu. Secret technique. Dazzling obliteration. Please.
This is not working.
No skills, but still what I hate. May the foul stench disappear.
I think I'm getting Sparksy before I finish it. If I don't get Sparksy, it's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked. I'm not claiming that. I mean, with other team maybe. Maybe actually can't do that. With Swappa? But I don't know actually. Let's wait a minute. I'll get that when I get that. Come on, one more and then we pull. One more and then we pull. Your friction, this is kinda the worst. This is the worst. This is just the worst though. This is the worst. What am I supposed to do? I just do one and one. Yes. Yes. Just do this. Let's just do this level, and then that's it. I'm not doing the next one because it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary, you know. If my mom did, why is swinging so hard? My God. 디스페나컨이 한우무 쓰기듯. 한우누. 그래서. 나나나나.
Incense ascent.
Please stay tuned.
Ninja runaway fast technique.
Ninja runaway fast technique.
Fallen for me. Memories too.
Well done. So beautiful.
So beautiful.
Immerse yourself in it. Time to cleanse the filth. Mask
Mood is let the show begin.
Let the show begin.
rotate ink painting. You want to betray me?
Let's improvise.
Improvise.
Catch up.
Etched in your bones.
That is over. Okay.
The stench of evil. Yeah. Myriad colors burst. Can't wait anymore.
Dreams do come.
And the last one.
Immolate in my death.
Memories.
Right. Thanks.
So beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
Let the show begin.
Allow me to purge the roof. The truth burns. Everything in this world
Is living.
cosmic ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Please, you want to betray me?
Cool. Cool, not cool.
Please.
Take your positions. Let's improvise. The mood is set.
Improvise. Show begin.
The candle flickers in your breath.
One.
Please.
Boom.
Wait anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. This is getting fun.
This is good.
Memories.
Well done. So beautiful.
So beautiful.
Did the rhythm get me? Dreams do come true.
And the last word.
Etched in your bones. The truth. Everything in this world
Is living.
Set just let the show begin.
be of your body and mind. Dazzling ninja reporting. You want to betray me? Cosmic ninja.
You want to betray me?
Dazzling obliteration. Please. Immolate in my death.
Right in my dance.
Memories too.
Well done. So beautiful.
So beautiful.
Stay in step. Let's improvise.
Oof, this is kinda good. Nice.
That looks like a tough
We
one.
done.
A will is the
Show your cut.
A day of
Light up the dawn.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
mountains move. Dragon, rise!
That is cut.
Dragons soaring above the land.
Think about the land. This is permanence.
Doubt farewell. Watch over you. Guide you on your path.
Guide you on your path.
Future could come.
Kiss.
Lend me your strength.
Lend me your strength.
Tomorrow.
Us tomorrow.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Charge and defense.
I'll endure. I need to be better.
Troublesome.
Troublesome. What election this? Come on now.
Quench the flames of blood.
Shoop, shoop. Shoop. Shoop.
Branded with strife.
God. God damn.
Sun, tear the sky.
Boom. God damn.
Never yield to fate. Quench the flames of blood.
God damn, dude. God damn.
Is that all?
Is that all?
Is that all?
Is that all?
Hail the new dawn.
Die. Yes. Oh my god, he's not dead. The fuck? Okay, he's dead. 80,000 point. Let's go. I think that's enough for now. It's enough. Let's pull. But where though? But where? I want to be in a nice place. Pull this. Come on. A store. Where? Is it probably better on Anakazdea, baby? I mean, I don't know. Is that a good one? A good, nice place here? In our maybe? Here, probably. This is probably the best I can come up with, but yeah. Oh, cool. Oh my god. So excited. That turns everything into this solid contact with him. City. I'm screenshotting that. I don't have screenshot button. Right. It's kinda fucked, you know what? Whatever. I have my stream anyway. Let's test our luck first. Please. Okay, nothing. Please. This one. Yes! Oh my god. 57, 58, 90, 52. Come on. And I want Serita. Give me Serita. So, please. Okay, you're not giving it to me. I know. You're not giving it to me. Oh, that's awful. I mean, that's super nice, dude. I mean, I know I won't be getting her, but yeah. Nice one, dude. Icon? What is her icon? What is her icon though? Here it is. Oof. Did I just... Oh, I can still save some, maybe? Oh yeah, that's good. That's far. Green cross out the art. Do I even have remembrance maxed out? Yeah, I do have remembrance maxed out. It's good, I think. All. This is great. Then where is preservation? Where is preservation? I have it maxed out. Han. Do I not have short play? In my years of playing? Oh, maybe it's I level it up, maybe? Short play? Yeah, I do. So I have short play, but it's maxed out, so I mean, sure. Cool. Oh, no. What else? I'm sorry. I'm doing something. Alright, I want that. I want this. Get. I want part of this. I probably won't get her Lycon though, because I'm broke. Let's just make them. That is so much good, right? Oh my god. Ah, I miss. I have other bundle. Fuck, I miss again. The shit. Can I resolve? Please. Artisan. Better, it's better. Right. Yeah. Wait, what? What I just did? Unit attack? Guessing we want attack and becomes that is circuit actually. Can make this up. That is it. That is it. Kita. I don't get it. I don't know. Don't wanna know. But better see not. Wait, let me see, dude. Sparksy. Come on. So attack is so much better than speed apparently. So and then planar attack again, planar spear attack. And then energy. Okay, this way attack. Okay. I get you, dude. I get you. So you want attack? Wait, is this it? Tengok dulu ya, right? Tengok dulu ya. Nice. I don't have. Fuck. Wait, it's reset. It's reset one. Like this. I need to do. I'm not saving. I'm not saving. Just get kids up, maybe. I mean, decent. Fuck, wrong. Wrong button. One. Fuck, no, no quit. That is not awesome. Surely that's better. Yeah. Let's get damage though. In this case, I could do some block. Maybe. Oh my god, 11. Right, click right, and click right. Click right, click right. What the fuck? I mean, that's pretty good. Why do I discard that? Kinda great, actually. Maybe for someone else. And then legendary will be. I don't know. Maybe for the visual character, it's great. But I only have crit damage with it. It's kinda not awesome. But attack so low. Attack so low. Attack so low, what the fuck? Asher? Yeah, he's erratic. I mean, I haven't maxed it out. Like, that's probably right. How much see? Right, I haven't leveled her up. I even have the material. Level well. Seven, 6, 7. Okay. Not enough, but it's fine. Level 70 should be good for now.
Don't be too cautious. We'll see each other at the top, after all.
The top of what? Widow.
Don't be too cautious. We'll see each other at the top, after all.
Did I read her in the description dude? I like, oh my god. Let us see though. Did I level up her access first? Okay. That was. Legend again, tool for a punchline.
New ability unlocked. Let's get 'em.
Every server. Oh, this is why. This is why.
New ability unlocked. Let's get 'em.
Guess I'll click them for that often. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Upgrade everything, but Full. Good right. Not right, no, not right. It's gonna OS. Or let's try her real quick. Whimsy, so whimsical. That's it for now. How about her start? 300? 3000 I mean that's with attack link up, attack up, so wait. I see. Her crit need to be so much better though. And I need crit right body. 11% is yeah, maybe this one will be good. But I don't have XP. Let's see her start. 47? That's kinda low. I think it's supposed to be good. Yeah, that's because I don't have. That's my question. That's my question. I mean, no crit damage, but whatever. What else am I missing? Maybe this, I'll make this armor. Now what to sacrifice? I don't know. So confusing that I have to match Alpillar. It's kinda useless now. Come on. How about heal crit? 17? And then this. Great actually. Now let's make a Prana. Sure. Just where's everything here right now? Whatever. You? That's bad actually. Very bad. I mean, I don't actually know that. Oh my god, that's it. Attack rates up to damage. Okay, that's good. That's great. That's Foxy. With what though? With what? Please with what? Okay, this one kinda whatever. So? Oh my god, so bad, dude. What else? Let's up that level. Okay. That's what else? Come on, please. Something bad. Please tell me something bad. My god. Tell me something bad. Wait, I don't need this set anymore, dude. I can just try to whatever I want. But it's good though. It's okay. This better. Cool. Yeah, bit actually I don't know which one is better. Hit that right. But I've seen it kids right. More rabbit. It's 17. I don't know. This is the attack. It is a bit of that. Let's see. Let's see how she does. It's half good. Like she does it. Let's test this out in the Yarilo 6 7. The Boulder Tom. This one. Come on. Like usual. I think I'm retiring facial until she's getting buffed. I'm retiring you, bitch. RC. Is that how you spell that? Sign up. RC is down there. Capabilities. RC, that's it. I forgot to enable it. Well, I got a new character after a while, which is not that long ago.
I'll stand in their way.
And there.
Mountains move. Dragons rise!
Stars favor us.
Dragons soaring above the lands.
This is permanence.
People always observe the heavens with my divinations.
Earth to heaven.
Test of luck. An explosive start.
Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer? Let's see. How much attack I have? Oh, it's not much. Too much attack actually. How about if I change it to energy though? That's probably will be. What is the damage? I'm sorry, I'm kidding. Of course.
That omen. Don't thank me.
Did this even do damage? I don't see. What? It's done? Did it do damage? I don't even see. What? Probably let's immediately do this. Forgotten how? What the fuck? I didn't even actually see. What did she do? What did she do, guys? What did she do? Actually, what did she do? Then Bardut? Oh my god, I never fight Sunbird before. I think. I mean, I rarely fight Sunbird, I think. Sure. Buddy, you get heist. I mean, I probably should give Painan heist. I mean, Painan done it, but I don't care, dude. I don't care. I actually don't care.
No need to hesitate.
Watch this.
Your judgment
All's
brought me this
revealed.
far.
Cool.
Stars favor us.
Oh, favor us. This.
I'll stand in their way.
I'll stand it.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles. Dragons soaring above the lands. This
Is permanence.
People always say, observe the heavens with my divinations.
Definition.
Test of
Did
luck.
I spark
An
the ult
explosive
first?
start.
I mean, it's kinda a waste of in standard without his buff. What the fuck?
Let's play for a while. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer?
Want battle?
How much damage? Not that much, right? I think it's 2k, 200k, I think. Okay, that's 1 million. That's 1 million.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy?
No? How dare you? How dare you imply that I'm old? Yeah.
Dear viewers, party at the end of the world!
Dude,
Let's
that's
play for a
ridiculous.
while. Let's. Can you find the answer?
Oh shit. Yes.
Trouble ahead. What? It's my fault.
I think
Cloud has scattered.
I think the only damage she do is the Aha Instant maybe. But that didn't feel so much as
An
that
explosive
didn't
start.
do as much damage as I expected, but this one like okay 90k 900k it's pretty decent.
Feeling spiffy?
Troublemaker. I'd like to be.
I mean she's still half built
The
but
heavens with my divinations. That omen. Don't thank me.
don't think me.
Dragons soaring above the lands. This is
This is permanence. Right?
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Beautiful. Got you. Ooh. How much damage? Like, what the fuck?
I'll go easy this time. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer?
Earth shatters.
I should not have spoken there. Fuck, I shit. I did it wrong.
Dear viewers,
Wrong, I did it.
party at the end of the world!
Let's see.
That omen. Don't thank me.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy? That follow button!
Diksha.
That's all the spark you got?
True. Yes.
Best of luck.
One.
An explosive start.
Okay.
Dragons soaring above the
Oh.
lands. This is
This is permanence.
That omen. Don't thank me.
Yes.
Troublemaker. I'd like to be stars. Favor us.
That's a good one.
Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer?
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy? Game time!
Really, it's this is fun. But that her script did not damage. Am I doing something wrong? Is it because his house budget?
People always observe the heavens with my divinations. Best of luck. An explosive start. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Let's just die already, dude. But I should have.
And you find the answer.
My purpose is to protect.
Never mind, I can.
Divination says this will hurt.
Dragons soaring above the lands. This is
It's permanent.
Feeling spiffy?
Yes. Do I need to target? Am I stupid? Or am I stupid? Do I need to target before I hit that? Or am I stupid?
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Boom. Boom.
Troublemaker? I'd like to be one too. Cloud has scattered.
Let's see.
my strength isn't what it was.
Trying isn't what it was.
That omen. Don't thank me.
Don't thanks me. Don't thank me. But
Let's play for a
it's
while.
damage.
Feeling spiffy? Let's. Can you find the answer?
Trouble ahead. What? It's my fault. People always observe the heavens with my divination.
Definition.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Okay, one more.
Revealer. Huh? The end of the
Yes, I was died.
Soaring above the land.
Good.
Is permanent.
What battle?
Oh god, sister. Die. God. I just realized Panarcadia is literally one of the most
Don't thank me.
little planet. I mean, there's so much text, like literally everywhere.
Feeling
It's,
spiffy?
I mean,
Inside.
Penacony come close though,
Can you find the answer?
but I'm furious and what is it called? Xianzhou really don't have much text. Fuck, what the fuck am I doing? I'm not used to this kind of bad. How much damage is this? Not that much. I mean, this is self good, but literally why? So this should be doing something more with that much skill point now? Or am I crazy?
That's how to spike you. Moving.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
I mean, yeah.
Support spectacle.
Am I actually doing this? I don't think I'm doing this. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing this. My friend, okay, she's dead. Fuck. That is so unfortunate. Whatever. I'll do this once she's fully built. Maybe she can do some damage. I mean, she's still a sub DPS in the end of the day. Is that not okay to say, dude? Is that not okay to say? Anyway, let's see. Let's do one more pull and then I think I'm done. Maybe taking a little break. No, I don't want. Yeah, you know what? A little break, maybe. I'm kinda bored. I'm kinda exhausted actually, not bored. But yeah. After this, Genshin and then done. Done streaming. Yeah. Let's see if she was in the video more. If this, I mean, what?
Non-family friendly content. You watch this?
All
What?
revealed.
What the fuck? I mean, she doesn't have the usual DPS 5, you know. Like her technique is not starting the battle.
Favor us.
So I'm pretty sure I can say that.
Fortune favors the bold.
Anyway, I don't know.
I'll go lead.
People always observe the heavens with my divination.
The definition.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
Sometimes. Yes. Yes.
Let's play. And you find
But
the answer.
I haven't unlocked her talent that added skill point. What? Skill point max skill point? See this? I mean this is what I mean, that smart stacks. I used to have able to read this, but now I really can't. But yeah. How much damage this does? That's a bit more. That's a bit more than what my Sparkle did. Sparksy.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
1 million. 1 million. 2 million actually. That's crazy. 300k. Okay.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
How much is this? Okay.
My purpose is to protect.
700k. That is so much more.
A bad omen. Don't thank me.
How about this? I'm 200k. Okay. Oh my god.
With the tickle.
Maybe I will get her like maybe
Troublemaker.
no, probably
I'd
not.
like to be one too. Stars favor us.
What is your girl saying? I swear to God, what is she saying? Dude?
Let's
I don't get her at all.
the answer.
It feels so out of character for me.
Leave it alone.
Maybe it's because I don't know her that well.
My strength is in.
Okay, good. Red. Hey there. The Imperator. My Imperator. Derrida. Oof. It's Feynman, huh? What is this? Is that a rapier? That's just a normal sword.
Trouble ahead.
Okay. Fuck. What's his name? What's his name, dude? I forgot. Locha. Locha Sakti. I mean, Locha Sark.
How does
Okay.
one win without risk? Step onto the board.
How can we win without race? What is he saying? What is he saying?
Doubt farewell.
Wow.
Future will come.
Future will come.
Nothing major.
If all is black, or press the attack. To the defeated, your downfall is
Defeated. I just see starter. I mean. One. Double dead. Oh my god. This boulder. This boulder.
Tear the sky.
Jesus Christ. Oof. Yup, I did not get to use the second. It's too easy, It's too fast, dude. It's so fast. I should be able to use his second double E, dude. The shit. Rappa. God. This is awful.
I'll be taking point.
Fuck, what am I doing? Oh, whatever. Don't care.
You want to betray me? Unite our goals.
Rotate ink painting. Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Leave.
Immolate in my dance. It all dies. So beautiful. Can't wait anymore. Clouds scattered.
Can't wait anymore. Yeah,
Your bones. Dream vanished. Let us dance once more.
dance.
You want to betray me? Leave. It's fine.
I mean, yeah.
Share good fortunes.
Can you even hear me right now? It's pretty loud now.
Wait anymore.
My friend?
The game is pretty loud, no? Like, my voice is also underwater, but that's so I really don't want to fix. I mean, I really don't want to cycle to fix it. Like, it's kinda bad.
So beautiful. Clouds scattered. You want to betray me?
I mean, yeah. Let's get another one of this. I mean, I'm still taking a break after this one, dude. Kinda exhausting. I didn't play Genshin.
No need to.
Probably the break will be around. Fuck, what the fuck is going on? What is this team order, dude? Come on.
Kraken, rise! Soaring above the lands.
This is permanent. Oh no. There we go. Breaking. Awesome. I mean, wow. I really don't think I will win my 50-50 there, but
Find the
I
answer.
did. Now just Zelda and Hero Lycaon. I mean, Foxy Lycaon. That's all I need. Although I'm getting one of them. Although I am getting all of them.
soaring above the lands.
Let alone one of them. I mean, that is so obvious. That is not the wrong order. What the fuck? I'm having this. I don't want to say it. Like, why is it so hard to speak? I mean, whatever. One pull and then I'm taking a break. Taking a break. Sorry. Oh my god, double? My god. My first starter luck is bugged, it's so bad. My god! Are you for real? Are you for real? That's 20 PT. That's 20 PT. 30 maybe? My god. Are you for real? Are you for real? No. This is not real. This is not real. What? What? I'm getting one of them. No, I just need all of them. I don't have anything left though. Like tomorrow maybe. Yeah. Wait, I have this. Give me something. Yeah. Okay. Do I have enough? That is ridiculous. Oh my god. If I get this right now, I mean, there's no way it happened. I mean, yep, no way. Oh, it's so funny though, if it happened. I mean, am I close to PT actually? What happened? Am I even close to PT? What does she want though? I don't know. Let me check. Ridiculous that what I got Serida too? In one day as Foxy? That's crazy, eh? Oh my god. It's unreal, dude. It's pretty unreal. I'm not believing it. I'm not believing it. I don't have that. The flower festival. What is this? I think I have that. I should have that. I don't have it. But that is bullshit. Hey, this one. Oh. No, yeah, this one. Good. Now I have. I need. Oh my god. Is that it? Oh my god. I need this side. Can I pay it? I think I already did buy everything. Oh no, already no. Wait, it's reset. Why am I stupid? It's reset. I did it. Buy everything. I mean, I can buy everything. I cannot buy Yikes. Yikes. What is that? Over here. What is a relic? Sacridos or Sacridos and Sacridos, huh? Sacridos Lucasa, okay. How much fits in it? Around 140. Okay, that's 140. That's enough, I think. But okay, seen it attack. Okay. Good to know. Do I have attack? I didn't have attack. So whatever. This will do for now. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it's not that good, what I'm saying. My god. How does this happen to me? Actually, how does this happen to me? It's unreal, dude. It's so unreal. Huh? I'm not believing it. One bit. Dude. Fuck.
The sovereign shall walk ahead, and their people shall follow them.
That is unreal. My god. Yeah, dude. How? I mean, would it be funny if I get it right now? Not happening, dude. Oh my god. What is this? What is it? Oh my god. Wait, why do I have this? What? Why? I don't remember.
The expresses
Is this yesterday? Oh, it's yesterday, yes.
as if it were a string of
Yesterday,
shimmering
though.
pearls.
Cool. I thought I'd get her today, but no, it's yesterday. Cool.
Where I go, my name shall be sung in hymns.
Up to... Whatever that. Oh my god. Shit. It's no way that I can finally retire Brunia. It's been a while. This is my first character actually, my first 5-star character.
Still,
Wait, I haven't talked to Wanmei? That's crazy. What? Is this new or have I never talked to them? I mean, maybe I never talked to them. I think it's a cabin. Yeah, is this the right thing? I think it's a cabin. I don't think this one is, yeah, wrong car, sorry. Shut up, Bum. Fuck. I'm happy. You should not be happy. I should be happy. I hate you for being happy, because I should be the only one that is happy. Oh my god. I still can't believe it. My god. If I talk to Uni, I probably have. Yep, I have. Sunday there. No one else? Wait, how about you? You are mine, right? Wait, I never talked to you either. That's cool. How much cheddar I have? Pretty unreal. Dude, what the fuck? How come? Yeah, wait. I mean, I probably should not do this, but should I do it? I mean, what pity I am? What pity am I in? I mean, I did 3 triple here, so not that much actually. I don't know if I should. I'm happy with Zelda already, dude. I don't need another thing. I don't need it. I really don't need it. I really don't need it. I really do not need it, dude. I not need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Fuck. I don't need it. I don't need. I don't need anything right now. I don't need anything. Bye bye. I'm taking a break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Sorry, my OBS crashed. The fuck? It crashed. So yeah, kinda bad. Anyway, be right back. Be right back. Okay, bye. Peace, Louis. Peace. Oof. Anyway, be right back. Hello? How long was I waited?
Okay.
Oof.
I just make myself some food, so I'm eating that. Also.
Hello? Hello? Why is there no sound? Oof. That's odd.
That's I want now, but alright.
Hold on a bit. Ah.
Wait.
That's too sweet, dude. I don't know why I put
So much ingredient, you know. Yes.
yikes.
Actually forget. Hold on. Wait, my which is I'm doing right now. I'm eating my mind. Man, I'm sorry. It's just like Bible.
Come take a look. There will definitely be
That's
something that
funny.
catches your eye.
It tested where? Good.
But oh my god. What is this for me?
Please speak.
I mean, I think it's pretty long. Yeah, it's pretty long. Okay. That's good.
But that's pretty simple. This one again, dude. Light. That is fine. Go. Wait, oh. What is the meaning? Right, spirits Colorado, no?
Let my name echo in song! Shower me with...
Into the wind.
This may hurt you a little. Our bond is strong.
As one with wind and cloud.
Greenland's one. Oh god. I think I'm done after this. After the game.
Time to go.
Strike a pose! Let the world come on! Sharing my knowledge. Committed to memory. Dissipate. I'll settle this.
One with nature.
Jeez. What is this? Kapan to die? Teaching, huh? Cool. Is this part today? I mean... Ah. Wait, it's not it for today. I'm stupid.
Add. Thank you for Add Astro.
Hmm. Sure, that's okay. It's actually so annoying. Okay. Oh, I fuck. I mess up. But oh.
Time to go.
Oh my god, my shit is all over me now. Okay.
Our bond is strong.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call.
Make yourselves at home.
Let my name echo in song!
Interesting.
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn me.
Let's play turn a little.
Oof.
Grow. Let's play turn a little. Sharing.
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
Committed to
I'll settle this!
I'm so bad at that beginning thing. And yeah.
Grow. Committed to memories. Make yourselves at home.
Clouds high. The birds
Dissipate!
The wind knows beauty.
Come on.
Our bond is strong! Out of my way!
Let's play turn a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Strike a pose! Let the world come on!
One with nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Jeez.
Committed to memory.
Get with me!
Into the wind.
God, we are done. What is
Add Astra.
why am I here? Where is it? I've never been here before. Yes, sir. We're done. Oh my god.